Alright, so let's see how this goes. As you can see, new model. Still not entirely finished or entirely where I want it to be. This is probably like model 0.7, as opposed to the last one, which I would probably call 0.5. The eyes on this one actually work worse, ironically enough. But, you know, one problem at a time. I can't narrow my eyes at things as much as I would like to, but I can tilt my head in confusion now. I got that going for me. I can also, like, duck my head, raise my head when it wants to work. It's having a real hard time with those movements for some reason, which is kind of upsetting. But we'll figure it out as we go. For now, it's back to where we were over here in Universe 1. I know I said I was going to look for people to play this multiplayer. I did not hear enough positive changes with the multiplayer's state of existence to make me really push for that, because apparently it's still unstable and still having some problems. So I'm just not going to stress over that right now. I mean, need colony stockpile. There's a stockpile right here. There we go. It probably just needed a second to catch up with all of that information, which is fine. I can't help but notice that my inventory is empty. What happened? Why is my inventory gone? That's actually a really big problem. Where'd my inventory go? Oh, right, I died last time. Right, okay. I remember now. I think, over by where that hostile spot was, I think is where we died. Somewhere out that way. Do I still have any of my spare weapons on the ship? Because if I've got any of my spare weapons anywhere, we'll be able to kind of fix this situation a bit. I could just bring the posse as well, but I don't want them getting themselves into stupid trouble while I'm reclaiming my lost equipment. There we go. That's a much better backup weapon. We don't really have ammo for it, though, do we? And I'll see if these basic shoes actually do anything, because I'm not gonna risk losing the double jump shoes. I would assume these do something since they exist, but they might also be just purely cosmetic. And I'm just gonna have to borrow ammo off of somebody, I think, because we don't have any in here. Unless the armory's already turned out ammo, which I don't think I assigned any, so most likely not. Oh no, I did. Didn't get done, but I did assign it. So we'll just crank out some ammo for ourselves and take that and run with it. Because the battle rifle will hopefully be good enough. It'll be daytime in a desert, so we shouldn't have too much temperature-wise to worry about. I probably should have grabbed some medical supplies on my way out, though. That's a slight bad decision on my part. But some of the ground is still just a suggestion. Which I did see a discussion pop up about that when I was checking the Steam discussions today to see if multiplayer had gotten into a better enough state. And they're still not sure what's going on with the ground. Was the basic takeaway. And honestly, it doesn't happen enough to be a major issue, at least not from where I'm standing. I've only been, like, mildly inconvenienced by it twice. What do you mean the colony has no food? Hang on, before I go running off, I probably should do something about that, shouldn't I? Also, these shoes might be making me slightly faster, question mark? I genuinely can't tell. Did not intend to kill the chicken, but it's probably for the best that I did kill the chicken. You know, if you idiots could just use those guns I gave you to do something productive, that would probably be very helpful to you. Because they're not opposed to getting into fights they shouldn't get into, but when they're hungry, apparently they don't understand to go figure that out. Here. Just gonna keep murdering them some food. And that's why I didn't want to kill the chicken with the rifle before, is because of the fact that it would be a huge waste of ammunition to shoot down a chicken when I could just whack it a couple times and solve that problem that way. Now, I doubt the food I'm bringing them is going to last them very long, because these bastards seem to eat like pigs, but, you know. I can only solve it how I can solve it at the moment, considering all of my stuff is currently on the wrong end of the damn planet. But that's a problem we can solve. Mostly, anyway. Yeah, because I can't help but notice there isn't, like, a hunt command or anything. And pay no mind to the fact that my pickaxe is floating behind me. It's probably fine. It's just a leftover of my psychic powers, which is also how I'm able to direct these people without telling them to actually do anything. Come here, rabbit. These probably don't drop much meat, but, you know. Beggars can't be choosers and all that. So I'm just walking in, yeeting animals in their direction and walking away again. Yeet. Did I set up a research desk? I don't remember. I did. Oh yeah, because I wanted to check what was available. So I may as well give them something to do with this as well. Research diamonds, why not? Have fun with that. Wow, one hit on the big rat, huh? Okay. Did not expect that to just go down on that easily. Not gonna lie, building on this hill probably was not my finest of ideas, but I also didn't realize this was a hill when I started building this. Just as well that this is probably yet another replaceable base. Which, honestly, every base will be a replaceable base, probably. I was about to say, where'd that chicken go, but I figured it out. So you're still down there, being a bastard. Got him. This was the problem. Where the chicken ended up in there, I don't know, but getting rid of him was kind of more important. And I guess I'm just gonna kind of be on haul in piles of food duty for a little bit before we go get our stuff, just to make sure they don't start starving again the moment we leave. Yep. Case in point. How is the food stockpile now that I've been doing that? Okay, there is 8 meat now. It's making some progress. I could try the camo suit. Wait, yeah, they still have 4 potatoes, too. They're continuing to be idiots and assholes about everything. Figure since we've got it, I may as well use it. See if it actually has any real benefits at all or not. Well, that exchange worked out in my favor. I'm not gonna bother bringing these in the house. They should be able to figure that out enough. And with a pile of corpses right here, they should be able to sort out enough food to last until I get back. Because with a little luck, once I get my gear, it won't take me long to come back. Yeah, I definitely think we are running faster with these shoes on, though. So I might actually just wear the shoes, unless I need to climb. Might also just be that things are running a little smoother. Which is ironic, considering I've got the model and everything running, which is making the computer angrier. Though, I will say, compared to how it was running when I had Risk of Rain going last time, this is running smooth, because we're still sitting at 60% CPU usage with all of this going. Which I did fiddle with how I was capturing this a little bit and everything, and that seems to have helped. Tommy gun. Bees everywhere. I don't think I did hack up a bee before, did I? Not that I can with this anyway. The painkillers wouldn't be the worst thing, but it wouldn't really help my current situation particularly. Flares won't really help anything either. All I'm doing is making it harder for me to pick my stuff back up quickly when I get there. Wires would be nice to bring back, but I'm not gonna worry about putting them in my pocket right now. I'm just double checking to make sure in my haste I didn't leave anything particularly good behind. See, I left 30 bucks in this guy's pocket. This is why you double check. Then I'm kind of hoping to find ammo I might have missed, or couldn't be bothered to pick up. As we'll put this helmet on to help me for the time being. So I'm gonna need all the help I can get to get back to my belongings with where they likely are. So I seem to recall getting gunned down by an army of bandits at the end of last session. Which, speaking of an army of bandits, I have a real bad feeling that we're gonna end up having a bandit-related issue while I'm away. But that is also why the colonists are all armed to the teeth. With arguably better weapons than I currently have. As we'll clean those out so I can keep myself from starving on my way into my goal. There we go. Now, I will keep these feathers because we had a need for those before, but I'm going to clean out a lot of the rest of this garbage that I'm carrying. Just because I want inventory space for when we get my stuff back. So I seem to recall I was carrying a lot of crap. I don't know if this heals and treats bleed or not, but it's probably better than no medical supplies at all. Still have these issues now and then where there's invisible items. Servo motor. Right, we blew this place to hell. I remember this. This was close to the end of last session where I was just chucking grenades at these people because I was upset with them. Go ahead and armor up. Well, this is a slight complication. We got over this before because I had the climbing shoes, which I no longer possess. But where there's a will, there's a way. And more importantly, where there's a pickaxe, there's a way no matter where you're going. Not the gas can, the dead body. There we go. I knew one of these probably still had ammo in it. I just had to find the right one. Because I remembered that we ran out of space for ammo at some point. But I couldn't remember if that was at the end of the session or if that was before we went on this journey. Because I think we started getting low on ammo again after we arrived here. But I think it was in the factory that we ended up drowning in ammo. You better not actually be hungry. I swear to God. If you have managed to eat everything I've provided for you in the time it took me to get over here, I don't care if you all die. At that point, you deserve it for being gluttons. We're pretty close to where I died now, I think. I remember looking at these trees before we ended off. Yeah, there's the place that was hit with the sandstorm that got wiped out. I'm gonna start peeking ahead of myself, because that's what got us in trouble, is I was just running along, happy as could be, and then suddenly, bang, 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 dead. So I pissed off a lot of people. Well, just by existing. As I tend to do. My existence offends many bad people. Now, a wiser man probably would have traded a laser with one of his colonists in order to have a better weapon than this on hand for this endeavor. But it is my intention of getting my stuff back before I have to actually fight anyone significant. Now, I did not remember there being 2 of these, but I may have just not been paying attention. / not remembering. We have been having copper issues, so I'll go ahead and take that. If we die again, I'm just gonna round up the posse and just fuck shit up. For now, I'm just gonna be a little bit cautious. I'm approaching the wall of death, so am I remembering correctly this happened? Or am I talking out of my ass? More basic shoes. Now there's a desert outpost over there, right at the edge of the world. Yep, there's Jops's corpse. I think we took him down, stepped forward to deal with the rest of them, and then I got wiped out real hard. Yeah. There's a bag there. I'm pretty sure that was mine. Yeah, because they came pouring out of that, I think, and I got my shit kicked. Yep, there's my stuff. And here comes problems, though, so we gotta get away for a second. And the colonists are, in fact, starving because they're stupid. Alright, shotgun's not really what I wanted, but it solved the problem. Not gonna worry about getting the drill on the bar. Put that there because that works universally. Most of my armor's still in my bag. Just gonna toss some of the garbage. Don't need that anymore. That on the bar. These and these on the bar. Okay. Should be able to pick up most of, if not all of my stuff now. That's not mine. Mine is the rightmost bag. That. Don't need marble. Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna get rid of chunks. I may as well get rid of smaller amounts, like the sandstone. I don't need the animal hide on my person either. I'm keeping the sand because we were having sand issues before, but honestly, we're in a fucking desert. I don't need to hang on to sand. Bone fragments are less common. I want the good armor, and I want my thermals back. Toss this, replace it with this. You showed that bat. And then I showed you. Put the thermals on, get rid of the jeans. The camo suit doesn't seem to have made that much of a difference. Yeah, the reload time on this tech rifle is about the only problem we really have. How many assholes are gonna come out of this damn truck? Trying to make it harder for them to pop out and immediately come at me. There we go, the truck's gone. There's still Taylor hanging around in there, but they're fine. Oh yeah, my boots. They're still in my body. I knew I was forgetting something important. So I went to jump up there and I'm like, wait a minute. I can't do that. What's up, nerd? That's for you. And of course they lost interest the second I put the bomb there. Because their AI is a mix of very smart and very stupid. Kinda like I am when I forget to reload my gun. Yeah, he had a Raider rifle. There we go. We have gotten revenge, and we've gotten our stuff back. All is right with the world. Another grenade. I'm going to assume that these Reeboks are better than basic shoes, considering the significant value difference. Empty satellite dish. Servo motors. Which we've got spares at the base, but at the same time, having more of them might not be the dumbest thing I've done. I don't know. I'm not going to progress any further this way since we are, like, at the wall of death, and I assume it's going to live up to its name. And I'm not that interested in finding out with a bunch of good stuff in my pockets. That would have been something to do while I was still on my death run. But I also don't know if dying multiple times loses you the previous loot either. Because I have been lucky enough not to die multiple times yet. Keyword to that being yet. At the rate I'm going, I'm sure I'll find a way. I had a lot of money, and this did fix our ammo problem. Pretty much completely, because we're now at 2,000 ammo on our person. Alright, let's get home. Before they die miserable deaths of hunger. So I can provide them with the honeycomb and the things. I can't help but notice that it spawned a lot more problems on my way home. I don't know if I appreciate the fact that they didn't spawn all of these on my way out here, or if I'm upset that they're here now. I can't decide that one, if I'm honest. I feel like that's a little column A, a little column B. Heard something weird, so bear with me a second. I heard something weird earlier, too, but... No idea what that one was. But nothing to worry about that I could tell. Meanwhile, back on the long journey home. Put a shotgun right to the face of a bee. It is unfortunate that you have to fully reload the shotgun, even though only one shell's missing. I don't know if the colonists will eat the honeycombs, but I figure since I've got space in my inventory for them, I may as well collect more of them. Oh yeah, I have my blade now. I can actually chop up the bee and see if it turns into anything potentially productive. Well, I was gonna go back for the other one, but you volunteered to be chopped up. Nope, turns into a lot of nothing. Okay. Interesting that you can do a lot of things while climbing, but apparently you can't reload and climb at the same time. Run in, 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 run in. Once we climb past this, it might actually be worth switching to the ray box and see if they make me move any faster. Or like the shoes did. Because if they do make me move significantly faster, that will make this less of a pain. The answer is yes. We are moving significantly faster. Zoom. I'm glad I picked those up then. Which, the logic checks out. Good shoes can make you run better. At the very least, you can run more comfortably. Noom. Noom, I say. Noom. Ow. Yep, that was a great plan on my part. Let's just take some fall damage. Nothing bad will happen from that, right? Looks at broken leg. It's probably fine. Now, I could pass out the cans of food that I'm carrying, but those are mine. These colonists have done nothing but be a pain in my ass. So they're going to get the dates and honey and things like that and be happy. And if they're not happy, well, boo-hoo for them. They do not deserve better. I've also done a piddling amount of research, and I'm disappointed in all of you. I was gone that entire time, and they've accomplished fuck all, but are complaining that they have no work to do. Sounds like some people I know, but still. Disgusting. As you'll notice, they are still assigned to do research. There should have at least been one of them doing it the whole time I was gone. But apparently, they're stupid today. And don't want to do their job. Which is particularly stupid, because that means I want them dead even more now. I was kind of hoping it would assign through the tree, and then they'd break down the tree automatically. It's a little bit smarter than they actually are, though. Which I'm not surprised by, but I'm allowed to be disappointed by that. I'm expanding this out so we can have a research room. Since we do have all those research benches that are currently not in use because they have nowhere to be. Since apparently my colonists still have no interest in doing their jobs, I'm gonna go ahead and just do this myself. Ever since we've entered this planet, I've noticed that they've been very bad about not doing their job at all. And I wonder if it's because this is not their original colony, so they're all kinds of confused. Which would not surprise me. There we go. We need a door. This all needs back walling as well, but one problem at a time. You'd have work to do if you were actually doing your fucking jobs. Whiny pains in my ass. I'll have them take care of backwalling the majority of this out. I know they're gonna have trouble getting up there again, but it's fine. Hey, how about one of you actually do this? See all this back wall? You could do it. We have the stone. No? Now you're not interested in that idea? Of course not. Because that would be useful. And you have no interest in being useful anymore. You've decided being useful is beneath you. You're about to be beneath my boot. I have more research benches than this. But these will do. See if any of them figure out, oh yeah, I should go do research because there's research benches available now. The answer to that question is no, of course they won't. I'm really wondering if I should have just maintained the original colony. What the fuck? Oh, it's because that doesn't have a back wall built on it still, I think. Oh, and this right here is why I was happy to build this where it ended up, by the way, is because now that tiger can't get in. And on this side. Even if I open the door stupidly. Just replying to something right quick. Give me just one moment. I'm also waiting a second to see if they actually start figuring things out, though Selena's sleeping on the floor even though there's beds, so I feel like they're all kinds of broken right now. This reply would have been done already if things would actually load quickly. Yeah, of course. Get impatient and it finally decides to work. Okay. Moving right along as the tiger continues to run its face into the wall, attempting to reach me. I forgot to give them the dates, and yeah, see what I mean? She's got a bed right there. Is it the gap? Is the gap breaking their AI? Gap that I still can't fix. You know, they're just stupid enough that that would make sense. But I also can't put anything throughout any of that. I wonder if the back wall is the problem. So I didn't try that as a fix last time. I ended up accidentally placing a new back wall trying to... What is happening with this? Nope. That still doesn't work. Hey, they're tiny, and yeah, it exists. It's not tracking the way I want it to. It's having a bit of a rough time with that idea for some reason. But it's here, and it's working, mostly. It's at least not, like, crashing the computer to run it or anything. So I'll take that as a victory. I'm currently trying to figure out why none of my colonists want to work on anything past this line here. They've just decided this side of the colony doesn't exist. Aside from Selena, who is now stuck on this side of the colony, and can't figure out how to get back to her bed, even though there's a one-tile hole that is the entire cause of all of their problems. I don't get it. I just don't get it. And we've got a tiger outside the door over here, but we don't need to worry about that. That part's fine. But that also explains why only some of them were going and collecting the food I dropped off on the left-hand side of the colony so that they would have something to eat while I was gone, getting my stuff back from last time. I do continuously keep getting the thought of, I should just burn the colony to the ground and not worry about it anymore. And it gets increasingly tempting every time they decide to be stupid. Because they just don't realize how easy it is for their life to end. And how little I would actually care if I ended up destroying this entire place. But I think what's going to end up having to happen is this refinery will come out. A ladder will go up here. This is going to be a very stupid workaround to the problem. But it'll probably work. Put a ladder here. And let's see. We'll just have them come back down in the other goddamn room. That'll be easier. And it'll give them a chance to fix this room up. They'll be able to reach up there. If their pathing can even figure this idea out. Of course, I can't build there because there's goddamn back wall that needs to be made still. As my own character decides to vex me by building everything but what I'm pointing at. You're not starving, there's food. Okay, yes, apparently that worked. Well, we're just gonna have random ladders in the middle of everything, but at least they're able to figure out to get over there. I hate that I'm right. I hate that that made sense. I hate that that was the correct answer. And this isn't the first time this cropped up either. I had a similar issue back in the demo as well, so they just didn't fix that problem. Which they might not be able to fix the pathfinding AI breaks on one tile little gap problem. Buddy, please. I had to get rid of the mascot tiger now that we had colonists able to get over here, otherwise they were going to get themselves in trouble. Why was there 100 rounds of ammo laying on the ground? I have concerns. Something's gone horribly wrong, I think. Either that or they were bringing me ammo, even though I don't know. The end-all thought there is I don't know what's going on with them. Which I suppose is nothing new. And I guess now we have the soothing sound of science back, constantly going in my ears. Okay. I do wonder why this set of 3 tiles in particular can't be touched. I was leaning towards it being a spawn zone, but we had already kind of worked around that. And nothing really made sense with that idea, so I'm not sure on that one. But, the bright side, the colony is functional now. Oh, no, I see what happened. I see why the ammo was laying there. Somebody made ammo, was running across, got triggered by the tiger, so they dropped the ammo to get ready to fight it. I killed it, and then they went, oh, I guess I don't need to do anything anymore. And just left the ammo laying there. That makes sense. Okay, we figured that mystery out. Everything is fine. Wait, what happened to the large battery cells? Oh wait, no, that's in the other one. That's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just having moment after moment here, and I don't know how to feel about any of it. Go ahead and make painkillers, because we have no other use for those saffron roots. And maybe the AI will use those. Maybe. I feel like I should put the other stockpile on this end, now that we have a other end to the base. So that they don't go running back and forth across the whole sodding place. Of course, there's also the issue of they don't seem to want to work on any of this, even though the stone exists. Yeah, let's see if they figure it out when I put a chunk of stone right here next to the task. Okay, yeah, they're still having pathing problems then. Okay. It might be since that stockpile's outside of the colony. I made air quotes with my hands, even though you can't see my hands right now. We'll get over it. Point being, I think they're confused since that stockpile's outside. The bounds of the colony as a whole. I'm gonna put one of the extra sets of 1,000 rounds I have in there as well. And the grease gun. Basically, just gonna put up all of this crap I've got that I'm not using. They'll figure out a use for it. Okay, now we'll fix my inventory properly as well. The rest of the way on that note. Because it got all kinds of jacked up while I was sorting our problems out before. There we go. Shotgun for things that are on top of me. Rifle for things that I don't need to be next to. Sword for chopping up the bodies. Drill for drill things. And pickaxe for everything else. Ah, good. They figured out the mystery of diamonds, which apparently didn't actually help anything. Get to work on blast steel. Yeah, that is FTL drive over there. We just need the other 2 FTL parts, and then we research all 4 of them, and that gets solved. Okay, plasteel was over here, which leads to plasteel refining and whatever all of this is. We still don't know what the deal with this is, and I think diamonds may have literally just led to the same thing as the rest of the gems over in laser lenses. So that's kind of unfortunate. Let's see. I'm gonna move more of the productive stuff that they're gonna need consistently over to the other stockpiles so that they actually make use of it. They are in fact already low on food again, which is upsetting. Is apparently 6 people eat enough for 30. Which, let me tell you, I can eat like a goddamn monster sometimes myself, but Jesus Christ. Time to depopulate the local vicinity again. And I'm actually going to leave the base floating a little bit on this side, like it already is, but I am going to put in a ladder in case they decide to be stupid and don't understand how to hop a small gap. That should hopefully help their AI figure that out. It's gonna start raining animals again, kids. Here you go. These are yours. You figure these out. As I'm just chucking both small and large creatures across the base while everybody's trying to research. Probably scared the hell out of somebody when that scorpion came flying across the room. But you know what? This is what they get for not hunting on their own. I throw the local wildlife at them. I could chop all these up and make it simple for them, but it's more fun to throw the bodies and let them figure it out. I should probably figure out, actually, like, hydroponics and such. And actually get something proper going for that, too. Guess we could do that up here on the roof. Or did I never actually research hydroponics? I might have never researched hydroponics. Well then. Yeah, I sure didn't. Okay. We also never sorted out food processing, which would probably solve their constant hunger problem as well. I'm just waiting for them to research now, basically. There we go. Caught up with all of those messages and all that's replied to and everything while they were doing their research. What do you mean the colony has no food? What happened to all of those animals I killed? What? Did they genuinely eat all of that already? What the fuck? Literally stopped to reply to some Discord messages for a minute, and they've eaten everything. Try 'em in net, like... Just gonna have to kill more of the local population. At this point, it probably is gonna just be more efficient for me to just chop the damn things up myself. So I can just kind of hold the button down and just chop through the local vicinity. That's taking an awful long time to cut up. There we go. And it's not actually making that much meat, so maybe that's why this isn't lasting very long. Also, my preview does not need to be on anymore. I was using that to kind of watch how the model moved a little bit, but I don't need to watch that through that. I can use VTube Studio if I really care that much about looking at it. But I really should trust in all the testing I did and not drive myself crazy. There's a lot happening under the ground over here. I was just flailing away with my sword, hoping to hit the problems, and, well, I did, somehow. Yeah, definitely some manner of planting is gonna have to happen sooner rather than later, because this is becoming a real problem. Yes, I'm aware I'm bleeding, it's fine. That's why I carry all the medkits. And I'm doing all the hunting, which is why I'm the one who gets to have food. Yes, yes, I know you're starving, and you're whining about it. There's lots of meat. Somebody needs to come over here and cook it before you starve to death. And, well, you know, if it happens, it happens. Yeah. Well, you know. One of those things. Tiny, why are you starving? I'm going to assume you're stuck at work. I can make a grenade launcher. Everyone's starving around me, and I'm looking at making a grenade launcher. This checks out. Ah, okay. I've definitely been there. The universe just decides, hey, you know that whole hungry thing you were doing before? How about you just do that again? It's like, but I just ate. But hungry. No, but yes. Have you considered yes? Also, I turned bloom off, and now these cage lights are less horrifically bright, so... Good news. That was the problem. It also might have actually been the cause of the slowdown, because bloom can be very weird at times with... Especially with games like this, I've noticed, lighting is usually the thing that makes everything lose its shit the most. Let's see. I just provided them with enough food for them to sort their shit out when they wake up. How to solve problem. I think we've got dirt in the other stockpile I could use to make a farm temporarily, but I feel like I'm better off just looking for food. These plated things are durable. Just a shell, huh? Okay. Actually, you know what? This was faster. I am doing a number on the local ground with this shotgun. Shotgunning the chicken was completely unnecessary, but it was stuck in a hole, and you know. The old shooting a fish in a barrel situation kicked in on that one. I'm hoping they'll come claim those corpses, but they might not. I feel like I'm using up less ammo this way, but I'm not sure. I might be using more. But I wanted to come over here and check out the Nomad shop again, because I didn't remember what else they had. I could get myself an M60, which could be fun. I wonder if the combat rifle... No, the combat rifle's cheaper than the tech rifle, so I would assume the other way around. Could get a tactical laser, though. Nah, I'm gonna buy the M60 for fun. I cannot resist the allure of big fuck-off machine gun. Surprisingly accurate big fuck-off machine gun at that. Both surprisingly and upsettingly, the per bullet damage on this thing's not the best, but you get lots of bullets. I don't remember if the people over here had extra canned food that I didn't pick up on my way through, and that's kind of why I'm double-checking these guys. But I'm pretty sure I emptied out most of the things of value around here. Wait a damn minute. Oh, whatever. I keep ending up with the same inventory no matter how many times I open that. One of them's a lie, I just don't know which. I think we opened everything that was up here when we came through originally. Sure did, because there's only shoes left in there. This guy, though, still had a bunch of stuff on him. Not much that I actually care about, but stuff. Everybody likes stuff. Swear to God. They're complaining about no food, even though there's an entire field of dead animals like 2 feet to their right. I'm gonna have to turn around and fix that, aren't I? Well, the short part of the food excursion wasn't working out anyway, because there was supposed to be a way to grab some food conveniently. That, unfortunately, did not work. And while they're starving, they're probably not going to do a great job about that whole researching thing that I want them to do. So that I can open up hydroponics. Which I know is not what I have them working on now, but I want them to finish what they're working on before I give them the go-ahead for hydroponics. I hope nobody around here is attached particularly to chickens or bunnies, because they are not going to survive. The void that is my colony's stomachs will not allow it. I swear they are just a bunch of walking food black holes, and it is upsetting. Okay, good. They finished plasteel. So now it is worth coming back to save them. Because I can give them more work to do. Now let's find out if they ever actually picked up those corpses or if they've just been sitting there with their thumbs up their butt. Now there's just fur left behind, so I think they did actually claim them. That's the problem. They put 26 roasted meat on the ground and didn't actually put it into a stockpile. Good job, guys. Way to go. I'm so glad that you have no self-preservation at all. I think I know what the problem is, though. The search range on this isn't big enough, I think. Food's like 2 feet away, and they're all like, "We're dying!" Wah. Swear to God. This is why I have zero care for the fact that they're starving, is because they do shit like that. And I just don't know what to do with them anymore. Now, I think I did bring the other research benches with me, and I think they're in here. There's another bed. Forgot just how many hydrocarbons I had sitting in here still. Children are smarter than these idiots. That's the problem. I'd also understand if they were children, but they aren't. They are full-grown adult human beings who do not understand how to take care of basic tasks. And that's the other thing, is that they're capable of doing all this advanced research that I apparently can't do. But they can't figure out pick up chicken off a floor so as to not die. And honestly, I feel kind of attacked by that. It's the dumbest bag of rocks set of children on the face of the damn planet. Put all this meat I've got in the cooker. I probably should just move the kitchen and shit over and like make a second floor to this place or something at this rate, since this is being an issue. Because this was all built just as a temporary fix to the fact that they didn't have any means of cooking for themselves anyway. Now watch, I'm gonna put it up here and they'll be like, how do climb ladder suddenly? And I'm just gonna scream. Because this really is just like playing RimWorld. You watch them be stupid and try to figure out how to keep them from being so stupid as to die of their own volition. Okay, they've got 13 meat left. I have a real helmet now because one of them got around to doing that. Hydroponics is done. Fantastic. For no specific reason, research me a flamethrower. Don't worry, nothing bad's going to happen to all of you once I have that. Nothing at all. Ooh, hydroponics tables are actually kind of expensive. That's upsetting. I'm not going to vent my aggression on them aggressively with the flamethrower that they built for me. No, not at all. I'm not going to burn this entire stone village to the ground somehow out of frustration. Everyone believes me, it's fine. I have to build a bunch of oil lanterns, even though that's kind of silly. The oil lanterns are so that I can mine further down without it being an issue. Because currently I can honestly mine anywhere I want to, but it gets kind of hard to see what the hell I'm doing after a bit. I can also have them turn these honeycombs into honey, which I thought they ate all of them, is why I didn't really look at that any closer before. I might be able to eat these if they get turned into honey. There. I've also given them meal variety. Aren't I a nice overlord? I could be so much less benevolent than I've been. Considering the way they vex me, they all could have been dead a long time ago. Considering the amount of high explosives I'm carrying on a regular basis these days. All it would take is them all going to bed and me dropping a handful of packs of C4 in the bedroom, and all things would be sorted out for me. I wouldn't have any problems anymore. I'm assuming if I can blow myself up, I can blow them up just fine. Interesting. That ground doesn't exist, but I'm not allowed to mine it either. I feel like the universe is getting mad at me for threatening to... I didn't blow anyone up yet, Tiny. But the universe is clearly preemptively mad at me. So I guess I'm not gonna do that. I was just thinking about doing it. You know, I hate that is a sentence that can get turned against me in that context. You're right, I hate that. You're not supposed to call me out with that one. Do we not have scrap metal anywhere? I mean, I could rip a building down. In fact, you know what? Let's go vent my aggression, since I'm apparently not going to be allowed to blow people up. I'll go blow a building up instead. That'll at least make me feel better. I could go blow the Nomad's van up. I also probably should keep them alive, because I assume I'm going to need them at some point. But it is very, very tempting, while the only guard they have is sleeping, to just leave a C4 pack next to him and run away laughing. I'm starting to understand why people think I'm the evil one. This is fine. Well, that was disappointing. I am somehow more upset than I was before, rather than less. I may or may not be about to take the time to break this whole building down by hand out of pure spite at this point. I have freed the bird. I don't know if I can repurpose all this metal stuff. But at the very least, I'm going to claim it in the name of me. This is just how I do things normally, honestly. I'm very prone to just ripping down pre-generated structures and taking them with me. Just like, you know what, this might be useful at some point. I'm just taking the whole thing with me. It also means I stop having to jump over this stupid mess every time I come through here. Using an M60 against a bat is probably excessive. The bags are going to be a problem. I'm not going to really be able to get rid of those without emptying them, and I can't be bothered to empty them. They are also going to be proof that there used to be inhabitants here, and that's evidence. You don't want evidence. Especially not when you're the one responsible for demolishing the entire civilization that used to be here. That's how you end up on the wrong side of history. That's a really durable wall. Alright. Guess I'm not breaking that one. Ironically enough, the colonist that was hungry was me this time. Yeah, I think the drill might just be slightly buggy for trying to break through building pieces. Because it's real great when it actually works and hits multiple spots, and then other times it just stops working. You also appear to actually have to have line of sight to what you're trying to hit instead of it just being in range. Which is probably for the best. Except for the fact that line of sight's always a little bit of a funky issue in games. Might also just been the fact that this was holding up the staircase here, though. Yeah, I think it was just actually the fact that it was holding up the stairs. And I'm about to chop out from under my own feet again. And to think, somebody took a long time probably modeling all this out and designing everything. And here I am spending just like 10-20 minutes ripping the whole thing apart. In an unrelated statement, the flamethrower research is done. In a very unrelated statement. I woke up in a weird mood today, and it shows, I think. Smart man would open these messages that keep coming in on the phone while he's mining, so I can do both at the same time. That would be smart. Multitasking. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm willing to bet that all of this is for nothing, because I probably can't even actually use half of this stuff to actually do anything productive. But as I said, I got started doing this, the C4 didn't work, I got mad, and now I'm just obliterating everything on pure anger and spite. Is my inventory full already? Is that the problem? Yep, it sure is. It's full of garbage. Because of the corpses. The corpses are the problem. I'm not the problem. The dead people are the problem. Dead people and their things filling up my inventory. I really should put a pin in this and actually go back to the colony for a moment, since they're done researching. That's a lot of... Look at all the wildlife over there, like a few feet in front of me. Look as I throw a grenade at it. This is what I think about that idea of stop blowing people up from before. I won't blow people up, I'll just blow up the wildlife instead. The colony needs food anyway. It's just aggressively tenderized food. Pre-cooked, probably, too. God damn. Okay, you know what? That actually was very efficient in a surprising turn of events. Now, what's not very efficient is the fact that none of that stacks together because it's all differently labeled meat. Still not the happiest about, but I get it. I get why that's a thing. God damn. I don't know why there's so much wildlife here. I also don't know why the nomad just doesn't care. He's just hanging out with the bees. I guess that's one of those things, the local wildlife doesn't bother the locals. They only want to eat weird people like me who throw grenades around at the wildlife. I mean, You know, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Go ahead and get working on food processing since you guys keep ending up starving every few minutes. And it's starting to upset me. Oh, good. They did actually get all the hydroponic farm setup done. Very good. Yeah, I know. Potato. 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 And potato. Is anybody assigned to farming? Sure ain't. Any of you actually good at farming at all? This one. You're pretty good. You suck at it, you suck at it. You're worse. You suck at it, you suck at it. Okay, buddy, you are going to be primary farmer. Have fun with that. Whenever there's farming to be done, Buddy will be the one doing the farming. Until such a time as I find somebody better at it, which is highly unlikely. I only got the one piece of scrap metal, which really doesn't help. Also, food processing was very fast. Probably because I was supposed to have researched that an age ago and never bothered. Which would not surprise anybody. Because my priorities were on violence, technology, more violence, maybe some more technology. As I say as I kick on the research for missiles. Food packager. I think we are slightly bereft of steel for that idea, so that's an inconvenience. My little adventure to go bust up some buildings really didn't lead to anything productive in that vein either. Which I didn't expect it to, but it was fun. I could also use those metal walls to build my own building. Which I might just, like, build myself a metal shack in the sky somewhere away from these cretins for a while. Ignoring the fact that if I do leave, they will probably starve. I might restart the game right quick, because it's having a time. I think their hotfix actually made things worse rather than better, because we didn't have this problem at all for 7 hours last session, and now the ground is deciding it wants to change forms randomly and not actually dig, and all kinds of interesting things like that. So we'll just unload the world and reload it right quick. Which, for those who might not know, back when Terraria was still new, issues like this happened a lot with it too, actually. So, Can't blame this game for that specifically. Yeah, I'm not surprised that that happened. I am honestly more shocked that that hasn't happened to me yet. Where did my stuff go? Hmm. Well, that's potentially a problem. Did it put my stuff back where I died before? And it's now very confused. Or is my stuff deleted now? The things we may never know. Hmm. Because as you can see, everything I did to the world is still here. I could always grab a ton of wood and just build a ladder. And see if it's down the hole for some reason. But I saved and quit standing around it here. Okay, that's just in here now. That's good. That's what we all wanted, considering those are the things that can't die. Well then. They've clearly done a fantastic job of fixing this game. Oh, the colonists are gonna have an interesting time with that situation. Well, there's the stuff I broke, still stuck in the ground. Hmm. Yeah, the fact that my stuff has disappeared is the most concerning. It's also forgotten the research I've done. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I assumed that. That's why I climbed back up before I logged out. Because I had a sneaking suspicion that wasn't going to update it properly. What I'm noticing is a certain amount of stuff after something like that happens also doesn't update. Because my first encounter with that mining issue is also around the time where I did all that research, and that's also gone. So I wonder if there's some kind of funky issue in the code right now that is currently hurting both things, basically. I'm running over to where we had died last session, and then I had recollected my stuff to see if my stuff has been dumped back over there. Because we've lost an entire inventory of material. Also, the ground here is still missing. So that's interesting. Because I can't say that the world is reset to the state before we load it, before we started today's session at all, because otherwise the hydroponics bench would be there. It's definitely something along those lines. But the thing is, I dug into that layer on the other planet with no problem. That's the funny thing. It only happened when I went to this planet and dug down. Because we went lower than that on the first planet. That's also true. It might be that the hotfix is what caused that issue. Because I didn't experience any of that issue on Tuesday. Because I didn't play this yesterday, even though I was tempted to. I was trying to keep most of the action with this live. Though, I will probably, like I said on Tuesday, put a pin in playing this more until, if this is going to be a continuing issue, it gets patched more in general, but primarily until the multiplayer gets stabilized. Because it is apparently working now, but still unstable. So that wouldn't exactly make great content at the moment. Aside from the great content of weird shit happening. Which we're already having without the juggling of figuring out how to get everybody situated. Which is interesting how they managed to break the multiplayer when the multiplayer was working just fine in the demo. I would assume enough changes happened in order to make things like the planet hopping and such work that they definitely broke something. Thought I was going to sneeze, but apparently it's just going to tease me about the idea the entire time instead of actually happening. And I blame the fact that I have a fan running because it's like 90 degrees here today, and the central air only acknowledges that when the room that the thermostat is in is at that temperature. And that's the coolest room in the house, usually. So, not ideal positioning. I might need to move that at some point, but that'll be a whole headache. But honestly, I don't need more than the fan I have running underneath me to keep me in a decent spot anyway. So it's not the biggest issue. There is no bag here, but there is now the enemy that was mysteriously absent last time. Even though I saw them on the map before, or when I looked over here. So I'm just confused in general, is what this means. And I still have my money, which is interesting. That's what I find fascinating about this, is it's not a complete consistency. Like, it's treating it as if I died. More or less, is what I'm gathering from what's happened here. And this game hasn't really ever given you a marker for where your death was that I know of. So I can't, like, go looking around to see if the game dumped a backpack for me somewhere, which is why I ran over here to check for that. So, the good news is, the only thing we really lost is the climbing boots. Everything else is replaceable pretty easily off of stuff I have stockpiled. The thing is, we left that area before... or I left the game, and we hadn't died. Oh wait, hang on. Hydroponics just magically completed even though I didn't have a research active. Maybe it's just taking a while to catch up. Maybe it's just having a hell of a time figuring out the universe right now. We might just suddenly have things appear in our inventory as the game starts making sense of itself. So I've had a weird situation like that happen in a different game before, where my inventory was mysteriously absent. I went around for a while, and it just righted itself at some point. Somehow. Actually, correction, there's one other thing that's gonna be annoying not to have anymore, and that's all that food. The, like, 11 cans of food I had. But that's not that big a thing to replace, it's just a mild inconvenience to not have. The climbing shoes are probably the hardest thing to get a hold of again, since that was a random drop. But that just means we'll probably just make do by replacing the climbing shoes with one of the double jump boots we found, and that'll work itself out well enough as well. Actually, an interesting thing to check would be to see if the stuff that was put in the stockpile still exists, now that I think about it. Because if the stuff I put in the stockpile before leaving still exists, then there's more to the problem than that. Because there's a very real chance that the stockpile items were saved anyway, but because they're part of the actual data of the tiles around me, instead of it being saved to the player. Because it's entirely possible that it's the player data that got corrupted in some way when I couldn't break those tiles. Which is why my research didn't update, my inventory got wiped, and all of that. Because you'll notice things like the food packager and all the hydroponic benches that were placed still exist. And yes, everything I put in here is still here. So that's what happened. Is something tied to the player itself is what got damaged by interacting with those broken tiles. Is the broken quote-unquote tiles that I broke but didn't break also stayed broken. Which I know that's a sentence for people to have to wrap their head around, but it mostly makes sense. Now, this does mean that all of this research has to be redone still, though. Just gonna take a poke around here. You'll also notice that the messed up tiles don't line up with the rest of the tiles anymore either. Because you can tell which ones went wrong because they have this weird indent between them and everything around them. It's very strange. But that basically nixes mining for me right now, too, which is going to slightly complicate matters. They're not harvesting these, which is upsetting. So I'll just go ahead and do that my goddamn self, apparently. His buddy was supposed to do this because he's set to farm, but he was just dithering around with nothing in his head. So I guess on the bright side, we have lots of potatoes. So I don't need to keep the roast meat order anymore. We can make simple meals once I go get some meat. Which I can't conveniently do anymore because I don't have my weaponry, but I can somewhat fix that by grabbing my tech rifle back. And the extra ammo I left behind. It's almost like I put all this stuff up for a reason or something. Fully expecting something to break at some point. Because invariably with games like this, things break. Especially this early on in their lifespan. We do have a lot of oil lantern. Now, actually that's a point. There's no way in hell between them making oil lanterns and me picking them up that we got 42. I feel like we ended up with more than we're supposed to out of that. And in the end, that's fine, but it's confusing. Okay, I can't eat potatoes. So carrying these is useless to me. I'll go ahead and have them make some of these into baked potatoes while I sort out things. That should help keep them going for a while. Because I need to figure out whether we have the resources sufficient to actually do anything that I need to do. So I think we are actually fairly bereft of steel at the moment, which is a problem. Yeah, we got 3 steel left, and that looks like that's all I've got. We may as well put on the camo suit again, because that's all we've got to work with for that, too. It's either that or the polar suit, and that would be more than a little bit excessive around here. This way, at least we're wearing some armor. What else did I have sitting around in here? So we got a lot of junk in here, I know that. We don't need all those hydrocarbons at the moment. Medkits might not be the worst things to grab. Grab one of the pairs of double jump boots. We still have yet one more research bench, but I'm not going to bother digging that out of here. Take the ladders. This is why I hoard things, because you never know when something's going to go wrong. This justifies my hoarding. It shouldn't, but it does. I do need to make a new pneumatic drill, which is upsetting. I think we do have the servo motors around somewhere for that. I think they're in the other box. We don't have the steel for it at the moment, so it doesn't particularly matter, and servo motors are just kind of showing up now. Yeah, we got 7 of them. So I guess I need to go look for, like, higher iron deposits, like ones close to the surface, to make sure we don't go down to the layer where that is broken. There's one there. We'll see if that actually breaks or not. Yeah, these are breaking fine. The thing is, it doesn't seem like it was at a consistent height, either, because we were at 2 different heights when it broke. Okay, I think. Okay, the iron deposits there just disappeared. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but there were iron deposits down and left of me that just vanished into the ether. So that's concerning. I wonder if the corruption is actually inherent to the planet now, and it's just going to keep getting worse. Because of the fact that it has started corrupting. That is possible. I don't like that thought, but it is a thought that makes sense. And I am concerned about it. Hmm. Hard to say on that one. Okay, so it started straight away for you. So that does prove then that that was brought in by the patch, not by going to a new planet. Because if it was just going to a new planet, you wouldn't have experienced it till you got to the second one. Since I'll be replacing this save when multiplayer and such functions anyway, I'm fine with letting this slowly fall apart as a test bed for this situation. Both so I can help the developers potentially fix it by being able to just give them the footage of, hey, this is where it broke, this is how it broke, this is what I am assuming happened, if this is at all useful to you. And I can just potentially have a good laugh about weird shit happening. So it's a win-win all around for me. I only got a little bit of iron out of that. The big current problem is the fact that I'm genuinely not going to be able to get much iron. Actually, that's a point, now that I think about it. I'm going to leave the colonists here, and I'm going to go back to the other planet for science. Because I want to see if the area I already dug into down below in this planet is also broken. Is it theoretically will have to regenerate the planet within a certain amount when we get here. I also didn't bring any food with me, and my character's starving because of this situation, but that's fine. I'm not that worried about that. We can fix that when we get there. Because there might still be some food laying around that I forgot to bring with me. This is when we land and the base is just gone. Like, the gradual falling apart everything's doing just destroys everything over here when I land. I might also just get stuck in limbo. I might just not even be able to make it the rest of the way. He somehow just gets stuck. Yeah, it's currently fine. Everything I left here is still here, including the tiger corpse. What do you mean, no workable order? I should be there we go. I was about to say, I know I can butcher things myself. I've done it before, I just need to remember how. This way we can make the roast meat to keep myself from starving right quick. Also, those tigers are worth a crazy amount of meat. But I think butchering something on the table is actually meant to give you a lot more meat than butchering them on the run, which makes sense. Okay, that should fix me. Not really. I'm starting to understand why they have been having such a food problem with just roast meat. So it's upsetting considering it looks like an entire roast chicken and it's apparently worth like bugger all recharging, but it's fine. That'll be sufficient for this test. Though I'm going to freeze to death in the process at the rate this is going. this layer, it still breaks okay. At this layer, it's still breaking okay. So it was only breaking when I tried to dig down from myself. So let's cut this out and then go down once I've made a 3 wide space here. Because if you experienced it just starting out, it also isn't related to the drill. Yeah, that seems fine. Interesting. Because we're far enough down to be at about the point where this was happening in the other world. So you'd think it would have happened already by now. So I wonder if because all of this was revealed already before the patch. Yeah. I'm just comparing it to my experience on the previous world so far. I'm just wondering if it's... Because there's two other realities in which that this makes sense in the current situation. One reality in which it's world seed specific, and only certain seeds are broken, is they did say in the patch notes that there was an issue in certain world seeds of some kind, but I don't remember what that situation was, but it wasn't this. I know it wasn't this. So that means there is issues in certain... Maybe? The thing is, there was iron ore deposits that I was having issues with, which is the other reason why I was specifically aiming for all these iron ore deposits. But maybe it was the type of stone. Because I don't think I'm mining the same type of stone. I think it was in marble in the other planet that everything was breaking. So I might need to go find marble here and see if marble is what's broken. Yeah, exactly. I think that might be the correlation. Because there's marble here. That marble broke. But that's not marble with ore in it. I need to find marble with ore in it. Because what might actually be happening is when marble with ore in it breaks, it might be replacing with regular marble's ID. No? No, that's granite. That's why that's working, because that's granite. Where's marble? I need to find marble. I do have marble stone chunks in my inventory, so I did break some marble somewhere. Okay. And that was all today? Post-patch? I am getting the same slowdown I had on this world before. It's not a consistent, constant slowdown. There's just this, like, weird semi-slowdown that I'm noticing some of the time. Not just when I'm facing the wrong way with the mouse. So that's also interesting. Well, now that I have iron again, let me go back to the planet we were on before. We'll make a new pneumatic drill so we can dig around faster and test quicker. Yeah, that you're on the same thought I was already going for. Is I would use my dynamite, but that got eaten too, so the dynamite's gone. Otherwise, I would just start blitzing through the planet with high explosives. Which that could have a whole other slew of potential consequences. So dynamite's not actually that hard to make, so I might be able to get the NPCs to sit there and make a shitload of dynamite for me while I drill around and see what breaks. But the next time we encounter that tile bug, what I'm going to try to do is put a stockpile down, put everything I own in the stockpile, and see if that stockpiled items survive me loading the game again. It's almost certain that if I log out and log back in, the items in my inventory will go away. So it will be worth it to see if it remembers the items that were in your inventory at the time well enough to take those away. I don't think they will, because I'm pretty sure their state will have changed enough by being put in the storage that they will be retained. Oh, okay. It just landed somewhere else. So, I think we're on the right track with the player data getting fucked with a bit then. You just had different player data get fucked with. That means there's an issue with the player data file itself then, coming from this. In your case, something got ruined with the appearance data section of it, so it had to regenerate that. And in my case, the inventory section got damaged, so it had to regenerate my inventory. Which is why I had starting items. That's food for thought. It also retained the progress we had on Tesla rifles. But that also predated the session change. Because that was saved before any of this happened. I'm also still not sure why I can't build in this one specific spot here. That's still a whole thing, too. Have you encountered that one? Just, like, one tile, like, body size high that you can't interact with after you broke the block there? Because there was a block there. So, if it was a spawn position, you would think you wouldn't be able to break that block either. But that apparently worked, so I don't know. It's weird. But it's near enough where we landed that I feel like that's... Yeah. I'm not surprised by that one. That's just the only thing you can do with it, basically. And was it near enough your NPCs for you to notice whether they could path around it or not? Because mine just could not path through it. I had to build that whole ladder section you see to get them up and over it. So they'd figure it out. That was just completely broken. Make infinite dynamite. This is going to be a bad idea, but we're also kind of throwing this planet under the bus at this point, so... Infinite dynamite will be fine. Yeah, we've got enough hide that I can have it be worthwhile for them to start making cloth again, too. To fuel the dynamite. Yeah, okay. So it may be that since they weren't there when it happened. That's the other thing, is they've been steadily falling apart harder and harder rather than getting better. Okay. Well, I haven't tried actually having them mine down here. Let's see what happens if I tell them to do something down here. Or after I clear them a landing zone. Because I don't know if they can path down here, just they would not go to the other side of the base past it. So I assumed it was just the fact that it was a one-tile gap, because I've noticed them having issues with that before. Well, we'll find out when they wake up whether they'll do anything with that information or not. Meanwhile, back on working on this issue. I need wires as well. I don't think I have spare wires. Well, that's the thing, is I've definitely seen them cross those gaps before, but I've also seen plenty of times where that kind of gap will just completely shut them down. Because that happened both in the demo and in this save. I don't have any wires, so I'm gonna need to make wires. The ship also landed in a very inconvenient location. I don't remember this being here, but I think that was stuck in the ship before. One sec. Let's see. I need to pull more of the hydrocarbons to make sure they can keep that ball rolling. I'm just gonna pull all of these and leave them in there. Because that's the stage I'm at with this idea right now of We're gonna blow the whole goddamn planet up if I have to. But you'll notice how they go up and around this one spot as well. In spite of the pathing making perfect sense for them to walk across that gap, they refuse to do it. Which I found interesting, to say the least. Nope. Can't touch any part of it. Background, foreground, doesn't matter. Can't touch any of that. Unless that has changed since then. Hang on, let me check the background again. Because I had background in it once, then I removed it trying to fix the foreground, and then I lost the ability to put background there. That's back working again. I can still fill the background in again. Okay. So that changed when I reloaded the game. So that's interesting. Because I definitely tried to stick a tile there before and it didn't do anything. But maybe trying to have it be built there instead of placing it manually also might have been the difference. And now they'll go through. Huh. Nope, I still can't build a ladder there. And one of them just went down there, so I don't really want to fill it in, but I could also just fix it, so... Nope. Still unbuildable. But the background got fixed again. And having the background there is what made them willing to go down there, because that probably connected it in their logic. I don't understand. Wait, no, there's 3 of them down here, so they passed through to go down the ladder before I did that then, because I only saw one of them go down there. And now they're just hanging out down here. This is why I added head tilting to this model, because I end up having to tilt my head at these games' nonsense. Not sure what to do with this situation. Where did the cloth end up? I was outside, because I knew I had more cloth, they just didn't have it in there for some reason. You got people complaining there are no bullets, I saw that. It's the wrong thing. Yeah, there should be enough to make at least 60 dynamite now. But they're just hanging about for some reason instead of making the dynamite. So that's upsetting. Got people complaining there's no bullets, so I'll just set up some bullets to be made. It's the copper that they don't have. And I know I was working on making wires, and I know I got completely sidetracked from that. I'm quite aware of the problem on that one. Okay, we do have copper. Gonna grab that so I can split that between my wire problem and solving their problem. What I'll do is I'll sit here and make the wires myself so they can't fuck this up. Okay, the drill is done now. Stop making wires. We don't need any more wires. And apparently I'm gonna have to just make my own goddamn dynamite. Or did fixing this break everything else? I don't know. Because now they're all just hanging out down there. If I do that, will they figure out how to get back out of the hole? Maybe, maybe not. They might die down there. And you know what? At this rate, I'm starting to question whether I care. Because it's not like there isn't work to do, but they're pretending there's no work to do because they can't path out of there. Okay, Dizzy went down there just fine, but can they get back out? I might have to dig them out. Like, I simultaneously don't care about their survival, but at the same time I'm curious if this will work. If they will suddenly regain their ability to path if I dig them out a sufficient pathway out of here. The answer is yes. So the pathing through that one space goes back and forth between working and not working. Of course, a couple of them are still stupid and don't understand where to go or how to go anywhere. But, you know. There's only so much stupid I can fix. Huh. On the bright side, that also fixed them working on ammo and things, because the one who was supposed to be working on that, they were all stuck down in the hole. Okay. I feel like I should be frustrated by the way this is working and the fact that things are breaking, but I'm kind of fascinated by how it's breaking, if that makes sense. It's always interesting to me when these things break down, because I like to try to figure out why, how, what, where, and all of that. Because it honestly makes a game more interesting to me when there is stuff that can be janky and weird and break, because of the fact that, you know, that just gives me something to think about instead of, oh, I figured out how the game works, now I just go through the motions until the game's done. It's nice to have a mental exercise. And here's this situation again, where sometimes things stack and sometimes they don't. So I've definitely had a stack higher than 4 dynamite before, but now that dynamite won't stack. It's interesting. I don't know why it works this way, or in this case, doesn't work. Alright, so now down in this hole where things have broken before, because these are the tiles right here that didn't work. Dynamite. What happens if I dynamite it? So those broken tiles are immortal. And this whole layer is definitely still broken. Because you'll notice everything under it was damaged to the point of dropping its items, but every tile there changed identity. Is a lot of it changed what tile it was, because you'll notice all the order markers gone. It's interesting. And actually, this is limestone. That's not working for me right here. But I can break the empty limestone. I just couldn't break limestone with ore in it. Yeah. Oh! Huh. Well, I found a new layer of bug to this. The tile's actually gone, but I'm standing on nothingness now. So that's different. Walking on sunshine in a cave. And it really don't feel good. But yeah, it is at this very specific layer on this planet that this broke. Because everything horizontal is fine. Everything past this... Yeah, I believe that, and I feel like I might have had an interesting moment there on a similar basis. Because as I'm digging sideways, I don't know if you noticed that whole section changing around me. Yeah, this tile data is definitely corrupted. That's the entire problem, is something in this world generation corrupted, and that's why this is all fucked up. Because what's more than likely happening is it's ending up grabbing the IDs that are next to what I'm breaking, instead of doing what it's supposed to do. Yep, we found another part that's broken. So it's a chunk issue. This specific chunk and the chunk next to it over there so far are broken. So I probably should abandon mining on this planet. This planet is cursed. Maybe. That's part of why I'm trying to get all this dynamite and such together. Is to cut through that planet a lot faster. Because I also want to go back down and check what exact height that was. Or at least as near as I can find. Because that's not that deep in. Because you'll also notice that there's surface area that's actually at this height, just about. So we should actually check to see if the surface over here is broken, too. But that's also actually not too far off of the height where I was encountering those invisible floors, too. The sections of ground that didn't exist. Is right around over here, the ground doesn't exist. Or it exists now? Huh. There was a section of ground right around here that I kept falling through before. But that's apparently fixed itself. We're at the same height we were. If anything, we're slightly lower. So it is specific, like I was figuring, to a specific chunk of the world generation. Because if I move back over this way a bit, avoiding all of the nasty gribbly things that want to bite my face off, and between these two samples, I dig straight down here. We should hit a point where I stop being able to dig down. We might actually run into my own tunnel. There's the marble. I think we're below... And there is world generation down there, so it's not like it cut off the world generation abruptly there. There are things that exist down there. And I'm kind of curious to go to that mine shaft and see if it's fucked up. We are definitely past the point where the issue was here, so I'm gonna start digging sideways now and see if we run into it again. Yeah. There's a bunch of those labs on the first planet. Which... I didn't find anything good in the only lab I bothered to go to, so I never bothered to go to them again. Well, I think I did it. I think I'm in the wall. I have accessed the interior of the world gen, and I can't see shit now because I didn't bring a light with me. Yep, that's what I thought. Let's go back the other way now. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but I appear to not be able to. There we go. I found my way out. So we found the broken section. It's right around here. Huh. I can still break these. And now I don't fall through anymore. Interesting. Yeah, I can walk through this, but I can still mine this. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Underground depot. Okay. Now for the other type of testing. What happens if I blow this up? I was already working on exactly that. So, I found a way to bring light to the darkness, but, I'm still entering the void. What happens if I'm in the background layer and I throw a stick of dynamite? I don't know where that went. Inside the wall the same distance. Okay. Interesting. Notice how all the rest of the lighting in this area is broken now, by the way. The lighting's just given up. Because this, in theory, should be lighting up the tiles around them. But it just doesn't. So it's only really acknowledging where my own lighting radius is. I did not, no. Oh. Interesting. Oh, and I've now experienced what you experienced before. I have become a new man. Interesting. Interesting developments. Buddy is still down here. Hey, buddy. On the note of that whole mirror thing, give me that. Because I never needed it, so I never really thought about grabbing it. Okay, so just to verify, yeah, this was way above where I was fiddling around down here. Okay. Now here's the thing, though. I don't know if anybody caught that, but there was a bag down there when I landed. Not even after I died, but as I was coming down, there was a bag down there already. I think that's where my stuff ended up somehow. Either that or some NPC spawned down there or something and died and left a bag. But either way, there was a bag down there, and now I've got a mystery to solve. The mystery of the weird fucking bag. How much dynamite have you guys finished while I was away? 12 sticks of dynamite. Now, without climbing shoes or anything, though, I'm gonna have a hell of a time getting down there. I wonder how rope works in this game. I might have to figure that out in order to make this function. Because a lot of our wood went into dynamite and/or went down the hole. And this is why I moved the majority of the stockpile, because this is a problem. I'm trying to bait them away from that spot, but I'm just gonna go get a gun and deal with this. Did you ever get around to working on any of that ammo? You sure didn't. Star, I need this ammo more than you do. so what I was looking for wasn't in here anyway. So apparently we don't actually have plant fiber laying around, or I left it in the ship. Both of which are possibilities. Nope, I probably left it all behind. Well, might mean that it's time to potentially lose the other double jump boots then. See if I can use those to break my fall instead. But that's gonna involve me remembering how deep the gaps I made are. Because the other option is I dig all the way back down, and I really don't want to do that. And if I can help it. Because we'll be there a while if I do that. Not that this isn't gonna end in just as much of a tragedy, but you know. "16 sticks of dynamite. And I guess the alternative is I go get a bunch of plant fiber right quick first. That makes wood, not plant fiber. Okay. I mean, wood or plant fiber both work, really. If you think about it. Sticks, however, don't help at all. Yeah, I see you still gunning for me, you little bastard. It's kind of funny, I've not really actually bothered to, like, sit there and really grind resources in this yet. Because I've not felt a need for it. I've been finding so much of everything in most of the, like, points of interest and such that I've never needed to have more material than that. Now, admittedly, I'm realizing there's an issue with my plant and fiber gathering thought. Oh, found another hole in reality here. So what happens if I dynamite this hole in reality? Okay, well, I fixed that hole in reality. There's no longer an issue here. Oh, wait, hang on, there's still an issue. Just gonna fix that. There's a very obvious hole in the world now, but you know, it's fine. I mean, I guess I could abscond with all of these ladders. Are these ladders picking up? They are not, actually, so this is useless to me. Never mind. That just makes scrap metal. It probably will be faster just to go back to the previous planet for all the plant fiber and wood and things I'm gonna need for this expedition back into the abyss. I'm sure there are some people watching at this point that are very confused about what the hell is going on. And the answer to that is a simple matter of, I'm doing things. Now, it's important that I don't fall in that hole. Falling in there would make this entire endeavor reset a third time, and that would just be upsetting. Yeah, your thought that I fell through the layer somehow might have been correct. Even though that is absolutely not where we were. The game may have reset my body there in loading, dropped it down such that it ended up dying, and then finished loading, placing us where we ended up actually being. Alright, so I should still have some plant fiber and shit laying around in here somewhere. If not, there's plenty of greenery to uproot for this purpose. Yeah, there we go. 355. And another 8. There's also some odds and ends I can bring back, like the extra armor, to replace the one that I lost. That we might actually be finding now, but that's neither here nor there. I actually should bring some of these flares with me in hindsight. Because what I can do with the flares is I can bring them with me and chuck them into the suspicious void gaps and such and figure out what's going on a little more, potentially. Apparently, everybody's starving while I've been doing this. Which is interesting, considering what we were setting up for them before. But I'm betting they haven't been doing their job again. And now everybody's sad. I am slightly upset at being default McDefault man now, but it's fine. In a way, it's actually a good thing, because it means I'm not going to have my inventory flooding with masks anymore. Or when I die. But we should be able to theoretically get the original mask back if we can get down into that hole. Which I'm curious where that hole came from and why that hole is there. Because it looked like a mining hole, but if we couldn't mine down there... Ooh. Actually, you know what might have happened? You know what might have happened? Part of the world may have regenerated since the patch, and that's why the weird mystery chunk is there that doesn't work properly. It may have overridden an area I had already dug a tunnel through, and that's why the tunnel exists. That's causing all the fuckery. Yeah, that I fell down. That's a bit of a cockamamie theory, but there is some possibility to it. There's like a vague line of validity to it and not much else. Okay, works like Terraria rope, then. Okay. I can use this, then. Okay, we're at the bottom. That's why I used the flare there, so I could tell where the bottom was. Now, finding the pit I fell in is gonna be a whole other animal. Wait, there it is. Because we started digging down, and then all hell broke loose. I know I should have fixed the food problem on the way by, but honestly, nuts to it right now. This mystery is much more interesting to me. Now there's only the one bag, and that just has what I had when I fell down here. Huh. How did the bag get there before I got there? Or am I losing my mind? I might just be losing my mind at this point. That is an entirely valid option with the way this is going. At least we were able to reclaim this set of stuff. Yeah, I can't put that jumpsuit on because I don't have pants. We do now have a drill, at least. It is curious how this whole thing unfolded in the first place, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows better. Wasn't I digging sideways when we fell down into here? So it's not like I dug this hole right now. But the fact that it's like a perfect 2-wide gap makes me feel like it was dug by a drill like what I'm holding. But begs the question, where'd the hole come from then? I remember saying I wanted to see if we could get back to the other gap, which we're actually past that point. We're under where the broken shit is, which is probably why we fell down Mystery Hole. Which actually, that then lends more validity to the idea that that may have been a pre-existing hole that I fell into. Yeah, they killed the tiger. Good for them. There we go. That'll give you guys something to fix your food problems with. Yeah, there is in fact no food. Okay. Also, do you remember how the dynamite wouldn't stack above 4, but now I have a stack of 26 dynamite? Makes no damn sense, I tells you. Just putting all of this away in case tragedy strikes again. This way nothing of any real substance can be lost. Honestly, put the ammo away. I don't need it. I'm not doing any fighting down there. Okay, the only thing of substance I can lose now is the dynamite, and that's fine. And the armor, but that too is fine. Actually, no. We don't need to risk the armor. I'll put the armor away. I can't do that from this screen. And I'm gonna put the double jump boots away, too. Don't risk anything of any value. We have a basically infinite supply of dynamite, so I'm not worried about losing dynamite. I'm gonna queue up some medkits for them to make... so that they can hopefully fix their own ills, because somebody's running around here bleeding, and it's upsetting me to see that message, even though I'm not gonna do anything about it. So let's see. How do I want to handle this? Yeah, we'll just go this way. Because what I'm currently pondering doing is going back under where the colony is and digging up. To see if I can end up hitting the broken chunk from below. Because we're, like, right about lined up with it here. Except I don't have a back wall here to put rope on. So we'll go ahead and move over here. And dig up from here. It's like, I'm committed to doing science at this point. Just testing the limitations of our current situation in any ways I can. Ooh, I found something. I don't know what this is, but I found it. By Jove, I think we found a problem. Yep, we sure did find a problem. I found a bit of the broken chunk again. This is why I'm using the flares as my is there a problem there check. Because hurling myself into the void every time is going to, you know, not end well. But this is still mineable. So we haven't reached the completely broken bit yet. Or it's mineable only from one side for some reason. Which would be interesting as well. Should have indulged in some of that tiger meat before coming back down here. Because we are currently going to starve instead of dying of falling or anything. But I can also just warp out if I start actually starving. So I actually don't remember if you die immediately from starving or not in this game. I don't think you do. Oh, we found it. We found the broken bit again. So it's just like a whole section, like about 10 tiles high? That's all unbreakable through here. And I'm pretty confident that I'll fall through if I jump over there. No? That's solid. Huh. Interesting. Like, treating all ground like the sections in Dracula's Castle from Simon's Quest, where there's that random invisible floor or issue. Where you just gotta check periodically to make sure the floor is real. Yeah, see, there's a tunnel here. And that actually lines up with where we fell. So I think that's the problem. I think, like, a line of tile data got corrupted and or regenerated. And that's what fucked everything up. Because there's just a band of broken textures and unbreakable ground. Huh. So I assume, yep, that's unbreakable as well. And it's on a very specific line, too. And it's kind of fun watching the entire section shift when I break a piece of it, too. I fully accept the fact that I might be making the world data worse when I do that. I'm not attached to this world at all, so if this world gets completely buggered by me doing this, that's fine. It's for science. Speaking of science, what happens if I set a lot of dynamite off? Nice. I think we all knew that I wasn't going to be able to hold on to 26 sticks of dynamite for long without getting curious about what would happen. And if I just lit off a line of it all at once. That said, before I waste all of this dynamite, let's go back up, now that we figured out the bounds of that situation. I'm going to test that question of whether the other planet has this issue too. You know what? Until further notice, make baked potatoes. Because you guys are going to end up with a constant issue unless I'm here to mother you about it the whole time. And as it stands, there's going to be a metric shit ton of potatoes available. And yes, shit ton is metric, don't question it. Everything is fine. I'm sure a scientist out there will validate it. Because they found like a shitload of atoms or something. Simple meals are actually not that much better than just the plain roast meat. That's kind of depressing. Because roast meat was doing like 3 of those squares, and those simple meals did 4. So the potato being the extra ingredient added 1. That is, needless to say, upsetting. Did you guys make any of those their medkits? Unless they put it in a different stockpile for some reason. I think they didn't get around to making any. No, they... You bastards, you're doing that thing again where you don't heal each other. So somebody just sits there bleeding ad infinitum and pissing me off. There. Float above your bed without bleeding anymore. Because you'll notice they're still sleeping. They're just levitating there now. Be healed and float. Okay, let's get rid of more of this crap. Except I can't, because this stockpile is very full of crap. I'm at least going to put the important things up, like those unknown ores. And we're going to go back to the original planet, and we are going to blow a big ol' hole in it. For fun. Speaking of, hang on. Before I go running off, did they make more dynamite? They sure fucking did. They only went and did it. Is there even more dynamite in here? There sure is. I've got 3 different stacks of dynamite now because they won't fucking play nice. Okay, those stacked now. What is happening with the dynamite? Okay, so we got 37 sticks of dynamite. Let's see how far into the planet I can bore with 37 sticks of dynamite. This is what's commonly referred to as a man-made ecological disaster. Or me existing on a planet. Really the same thing, no matter which way you look at it. Because I am a living, breathing ecological disaster when I have explosives on hand. And I'm disregarding the fact that it's complaining about people starving now because I gave them the tools to fix the problem. And they still have a couple simple meals left, too, so nobody should have been starving, but somebody is sleeping and starving, so they're getting just upset about everything. I should have grabbed more food on my way out of there, but eh. It's fine. I also probably should have made a better mining pick to go with the drill, but it's fine. Oh, here we are. Time to wreck the planet. I'm realizing one problem with my plan slightly, though. And that is, I'm not sure how I'm going to, extend the ladders without back wall. Wow, they fell far enough that I didn't even hear them. Okay, good, I don't need back wall as long as it's connected to a wall. Wow, we made a big fuck-off hole already. And that was just with, what was that, 6 sticks of dynamite? It's Terraria all over again. Let's pick up all of this shit that's sitting down here. 5,170 granite chunks. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm gonna start running on a dynamite timer by the time I get to 10 sticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go check where that's gotten to so far. And I have enough to make at least another good, like, 6 or 7 stacks of rope. I think I'll run out of world before I run out of... never mind. That's not as far down as I thought we were. It feels a lot further than it really is. There we go. There's the bottom of that hole. That one was about the same distance. I stopped at 6 sticks again, I think. So it doesn't seem to actually matter that much how quickly you throw them. Because I don't think they set each other off. I'll demonstrate with that. See how there was still delay between them? The sticks are independent of each other even when they go off. Despite what conventional expectations would have for you. It does make the hole a little crooked, though. Maybe. Because the thing is, in the time it sits there, it does lose a bit of time, but it also doesn't have to travel from where I am instead, so I feel like it mostly evens out. You're probably right that there is a difference. I just don't know if there's enough of a difference for me to sit there and actually count. It's not so much a logic disagreement as a do I care enough disagreement. Because I have a lot of dynamite. I also feel like if we were going to encounter the broken chunk, we would have found it already. But I'm just having fun digging into the bottom of the universe now. Which was admittedly more the reason for doing this than actually finding any broken things at this point. And I kind of want to see if there's any new biomes down in the abyss here. Which I'm finding in red gems, which we didn't find before. And I feel like it's only encouraging me because it's given me a ton of niter and sulfur and things to make more dynamite with. The only thing I'm not getting is cloth to make more dynamite with. But we have plenty of that at home. And plenty of ways to make more. To no one's surprise, this is a far more effective means of mining than actually mining. Which is also why I would generally just blow a good, like, third of the world up in Terraria, too. Oh, we found a mine shaft or something over there. Which is actually not marked on the map, funnily enough, so that's interesting. It's apparently really tough sandstone, too. You know what? Digging is for squares. I want access and I want it now. Now, what would be really funny is if I happen to find more dynamite down here. Apparently this is just like a 2-block thing with titanium in it. Which explains why it wasn't marked on the map. You know what the fucked up part about this little tunnel is, though? This is still more than I got out of that lab I spent a good, like, 20 minutes trying to dig my way into. There's something really wrong with that. That's a flare, not dynamite. Which I'd rather throw a flare accidentally rather than throwing dynamite. I will admit that, though it would have been funny. Because that was the other thing I was thinking about the whole time I was in there holding the flares. Like, you know, if I just stop paying attention and accidentally pull out the dynamite instead, this could really go awry. I'm gonna need a lot more dynamite to get to the bottom of the map, though, apparently. So, well done on them for making very deep maps. So this begs the question, aside from getting the prompting for the FTL stuff and getting the spawns for it, what was the point to me even going to another planet when we have this much stuff available on this one? Then, and I guess going to another planet is its own reward in its own way. At least that's gonna be the claim. I keep getting mildly spooked whenever I slide down and see the flare, because I keep thinking it's a lit stick of dynamite waiting for me when I get down there. It's like, oh no, I've swindled myself. That would absolutely happen at some point. This looks different, so I'm gonna dig that out right quick. Hey, look at that shit. What is this? Unknown crystals. Hello. I found a thing. I don't know what it is, but I found it. I blew it up. Hey, boss, I blew the thing up and I got a thing. It's very helpful. What is it? Thing. Okay, we are now out of dynamite. Just quickly get rid of all the stone chunks and we'll take stock of what we got out of this. All told, though, looking at it, in terms of iron, we kind of did not make out very well at all. Copper, we made out decently. Niter, we got a ridiculous amount. Like, I don't think I'm gonna need niter again for quite a while. And all of this is just due to the nature of what you happen to hit when you go down in a straight line like this. Got more gold than I think we've had this entire time. 64 red gems, 20 diamonds, 30 sapphires, 18 emeralds. Enough shale to make more hydrocarbons to make probably that same amount of dynamite again. Yeah, no, that dynamite basically paid for itself. I'm tempted to do stupid. Can anybody guess what the stupid thing I'm tempted to do right now is? Mostly because I want to see what would happen. And by virtue of that statement, I'm sure somebody can guess what I'm thinking about. And no, it isn't jump down to the bottom of the dynamite hole and see what happens. That's a stupid we know what will happen with. I'll give you a hint. It involves this dropship in front of me. What do you think I'm thinking about doing that will involve the dropship becoming a problem? There's actually now a second thing I thought of that could potentially be a problem that I'm curious about. Because, you see, there's the problem of, I have the Buddy teleporter, but Buddy is not currently on this planet. What would happen if I teleported to Buddy right now? Would I have to build a new dropship? Or would the dropship somehow manage to end up on the other planet? I don't know if they thought of that contingency or not. So I'm kind of curious what would happen with that. And I'm also kind of curious what would happen if I started digging the blocks under the dropship out. Would the dropship just cease to exist? I'm thinking dangerous ideas right now. Is basically where I'm at right now. Well, the landing pad ceased to exist. So I can take that with me. Yeah, that's where I was at. Because I'm like, I've already, like, blown a giant hole in the ground here. I've broken a lot of things. Amber has sassed me. Hello, Amber. You probably are getting ads, but hello anyway. I may as well find out what happens. Okay, I'm here. Is the dropship here? Which, that's also why I was testing the landing pad idea first, so that I could at least bring the landing pad with me so I didn't need to make a new one. So yeah, it looks like the dropship doesn't come with you when you teleport. I also found another hole in the ground. A hole in the ground I did not make. There we go. Just climb on up out of the hole in the rendering. So yeah, we don't have a dropship anymore, so I guess we're stuck here now. So that's a mild inconvenience, until I build a new ship. When I saw all those empty beds, I really wondered for a second if the game had glitched when I teleported to Buddy and made Buddy the only colonist again somehow. Which would have been very funny as well. We'll go ahead and just put the landing pad in right up Shaw. We will have to build a new dropship. Thankfully, we can build a new dropship, so that part's fine at least. The stockpiles I left in the dropship at the other base may or may not exist anymore. I'm curious to see what will happen from that too, now that I think about it. How will it handle the existence of two dropships? Because I presume it's intended for you to be able to have more than one, since with multiplayer you can't really expect people to always go to the same planets. Which, that's another question, is I don't know how that works in this game either. Is whether you can split up and go to separate planets. Like, if somebody needs to go back to home planet, do they have to drag everybody back with them, type deal. So, y'all are complaining about being hungry. You have an order to make baked potatoes. You have an obscene amount of potatoes, and you even have baked potatoes in there already. And a stack of baked potatoes. But you're starving. What am I gonna do with these people? Like, I assume they're freaking out because the stockpile's full. So that's causing them some brain issues, probably. But, like, beyond that, just, like, why? Why is this a problem? I really should make more than one smelter at this rate. You know, at this rate, I'm just gonna stand right here in the middle of them and eat my potatoes. This is how I feel at this point. You want to lay here like idiots and starve because you can't be bothered to get up to get food? I will sit here and just eat in the middle of all of you and show you what you're doing wrong. You are hungry? You eat. Do you not understand this concept? Meanwhile, somebody left the door open and we have bees in the house again. Oh, right, I destroyed that ladder at some point when I was dealing with a different problem. So I need to queue up orders for machined parts and things like that again. What did you run out of for dynamite, or did you just not do it? You got hydrocarbons, you do still have cloth, you never ran out of it, and there's still wood. Yeah, there's no reason why this dynamite shouldn't still be flowing. The good news is there's still 16 sticks of dynamite that they did make. Now, I'm not sure who that's good news for, aside from me, but there is 16 sticks of dynamite. They do exist. Let's see, machined parts needed, what? Just steel. Okay, that's phenomenal, actually. Go ahead and get, like, 80 of those made, so that won't be a problem later. What else was it that we needed for this? That would be a pain in the butt? Circuit boards, right. That might actually be a legitimate issue. Now we might actually be okay. It's only 10 circuit boards. Which means we need 10 gold, 10 copper, 40 plastic. Yeah, we got that. Pretty sure we got that. Because I made a stupid amount of plastic previously. And brought it with me. It's 28 plastic. We have enough hydrocarbons that even if that's not enough plastic... Even if we don't have plastic elsewhere for there to be enough plastic, there will be enough plastic. And we have over a stack of steel already. And there's still more steel cooking. So we're probably fine on steel. Though actually no, because the order I put in is going to require 160 iron ore. I mean, 160 steel plates. So that might turn into an issue. We do only need 8 circuit boards, not 10. So I can tune that order down. And I'll go ahead and tune this down a bit so that this doesn't turn into a whole issue. Just gonna put all this niter in here because this is the only place it's used. At least that I can think of. It might be used elsewhere. Okay, we can't make the flamethrower anyway. There's a stay of execution on this colony because I can't make the flamethrower yet. Also, I don't think we're gonna need coal anytime soon, considering we have 928 coal. I think we're good on that now. I think we're good. We're gonna end up with more dynamite than we had for the previous venture fairly soon here, though. And I think we all know what that means. That means it's time to go blow a hole in this planet, too. Okay, I do have a finite amount of rope this time. Rather than the until proven otherwise theoretically infinite amount I had. There we go. Do 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 do. Gonna blow up the planet. Do 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 do. Gonna make a big fucking hole. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Kaboom. Do 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 do. In case anyone's wondering, yes, my happy place does involve an explosion. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So since this is actually with the intent of mining, that's why I'm actually collecting the things instead of just being like, it's fine. Dark, bright, dark, bright. Life, death, life, death. Dark, bright, dark, bright. What is going on with the lighting in this game? So we're doing a lot better on iron this time, by far. Considering we've already gotten 500 something, where we only got, I think, at the end of the pile, 200 something. And apparently throwing all this dynamite is hungry work. Oh, fuck me. I'm glad I reacted as quick as I did. Because apparently eating a potato takes you off the rope. So that was very nearly a tragedy. But thankfully quick reflexes got me away from the dynamite. Enough that we didn't die. I don't actually know if it would have killed me anyway, considering where we were in that blast, we only went down to almost dead. I wonder if it would have just straight up not killed me to begin with. I'm kind of curious, but not so curious as to blow myself up. Even though we would actually have a convenient way to get back to my corpse. Maybe I'll go stand on the last stick of dynamite and see what happens. Oh yeah, I could also throw them more aggressively by holding the button down. That might actually help digging further down. Like if I do it like this. 1, 2... Wait. Throw it really hard. Yeah, that third one went off a lot lower. But I think I didn't wait long enough to throw that last one really hard, so it ended up bouncing. But it was funny. 1, 2, 3. I just had a different idea for science, actually. Should I throw the dynamite up in the air as hard as I can and see if it comes back down before it goes off? Or should I stand on it and see if it kills me? What are we thinking? Which one do we feel like trying? I'm personally inclined to I throw a stick into the air, and where it lands I do not care. Yeah, I figured. Whee! Hey, Zero. Don't mind me. Things are happening. Okay, good. Dynamite cannot in fact kill you in this game. At least not on its own. But how you doing, Zero? We've been having an interesting experience because things started glitching and I decided, you know what, let's see what happens if I just start taking an excessive amount of dynamite and mining through the universe with it. And then I nearly died to a mistake with the dynamite, so I figured, let's find out if it would have actually killed me in the first place. And now here we are. And as you can see with the tracking, mixed results on it. The tracking for the model is not the best, as even with the fact that the rigging is fine. So I still have some work to do on that. But it exists. And I know that was a very big info dump initially, but, you know. Things. Stuff. Explosions. So all told, we now have... Where did iron end up? Another 555 of that. I feel that. I would tell you to go sleep, but I know that isn't going to work any better than it would if somebody else told me that. So how much progress have they been making on this project while I was away breaking the world? They really haven't made any progress on the machined parts at all, which upsets me, because the materials for it are sitting right there. I'm gonna... As much as it pains me, I'm gonna put the dynamite order on hold. So they stop having the crafter work only on dynamite. So there's 21 steel in there. There is 12 more dynamite. We could go back into the hole. This is why I shouldn't be allowed this kind of power. Either access to an entire colony of workers willing to do anything I tell them to, access to dynamite in the first place, or access to a convenient place to throw said dynamite without consequences. None of those things are things I should be allowed to have, but here we are. Okay, right, is that silicon? That's what the dark material is. That makes perfect sense. That will then get us silicon wafers, which gets us this stuff, which I think this is where the high-tech smelter and such is. That I remember from the demo. How are you guys doing on that research? On that note. Slow. Okay, you know what? Hold that thought. We're not going anywhere right now anyway. Oh, and these are meme crystals, apparently. Placeholder description text for the meme crystals. Okay. Let's not worry about memes right now. I know everybody would be all about the meme crystals, but no, let's not worry about that right now. I need to rebuild my ship after I left it behind in a teleporter accident. Well, not so much an accident, I guess. I did a thing and it did not work out for me. How are you starving and hungry and upset? There are baked potatoes right there. And there are more baked potatoes right there. The hell are you lot doing? Did you just need to be reminded that the food existed? They're starving. With 2 stacks of baked potatoes. Okay, one of them figured it out. These colonists... I just can't... I can't fathom anything about them anymore. And now they're gonna go to bed hungry because they couldn't figure out how to acquire potato. Can I just, like, force feed? I can feed you idiots potatoes. Consume. Consume. I don't know which of you idiots is starving, but I'm going to find out. just assaulting him with potatoes. I feel like somebody's missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God damn it, Star. Where the hell did you go now? Star? Star, how? How the fuck did you... Why the fuck did you... Hang on, I need to get a gun so I can go out there and find him. Because I don't know what the hell he's doing, but whatever it is stupid. And that's why he's starving, because he's stuck somewhere being stupid. Because he's down the hole somewhere, somehow. Oh. Now how the fuck did you manage this one? Come here, stupid. I'm gonna bring him up into the light so you guys can see exactly what I saw when I found him. Take a good look at him, and tell me what's wrong with this man right now. Anybody get the idea that something's not where it's supposed to be? You know, the game said he was injured, but I feel like he might be more than injured with his arms floating above him. This also explains why he's starving. I mean, maybe that's normal for some people to leave their arms behind. He also might be dead. But his meters are fine. He's just... I don't know what's happening with him. I'm just gonna leave him there. He'll either figure his stuff out or... Oh, there he goes. I don't understand anything that's happening. At least he put his arms back on. Pay no mind to the tiger down in the hole there. That's fine. Star being down the death pit, though, explains why he wasn't getting any work done. Because I did notice that the crafting wasn't happening, and that meant our crafter was missing, and Star is our crafter. So I'm gonna just do a thing right quick. Because I can't fill the top of that hole because of issues. But I can, however, not fill that in either. Oh, right. I'm on back road still. We're just gonna fill that in so they can't fall down there anymore. Selena, I did not need you to immediately test that for me, but thank you. Well, that happened. Just gonna shut this. I shut the door and Buddy flips out and gets up ready for war. Dizzy, please. Right next to it, shoots into the air like 3 times, getting stabbed to death by a hedgehog. This is what I work with. This is what I'm working with here. I don't have working arms yet, or you'd see my head in my hands, because it has been there multiple times in the last few minutes, dealing with these people. And the sad part is I feel like I'm dealing with real people, because honestly, I've met many a real person that's this stupid. And that's the scariest part, really. Also, I'm kind of mad that they're pathing through there now that I replaced the ladder with a block. Even though I had a block there before and they weren't pathing through there. I see why people complain about the AI in this game now. Because I wasn't really having a problem with it before. But today, they've just been on a roll of being real interesting. Okay, he's working his way through those machine parts now. Yeah, for those unfamiliar with this game, while we're waiting for people to get things done, every single one of these colonists has their own profiles with levels of all the various tasks that they've worked on up to this point. Like, Buddy is a good general catch-all character. The game starts you with him every time. That's why he's kind of okay at everything. His specialization best friend gives him +4 to everything. So he has a higher starting point. I believe these traits are random every time. I got a pretty shit Buddy here, because he is terrible at fitness and research because of the negatives. But he cuts things up real good, so it kind of works out. Jeffrey, our artist here, has been my crafter for a very long time. That's why he's really good at crafting. He's a little stupid, which is why he only researches when he has nothing better to do. Selena, being a scientist, of course, has really high research. Surprisingly good fitness. But it's apparently this is why, which, you know, being in a band actually does make a degree of sense for you to be fairly fit, because you have to haul your shit around all the time. First aid's a little interesting, but I can see it. Childhood gamer, yep. Moving slower, shooting better, sure, why not? Police officer balances that out, but then she's hobbled, so she loses that again anyway. A scientist with slow learner is terrible. Because that's supposed to be their main thing, and, well, you know. Star's depressed. I'd be depressed too if I left my arms behind somewhere, or in a cave. But of course, being a tailor, that's why his crafting is ridiculous, and that's why we have him doing that. And Dizzy just kind of happened. Kind of exists. Yeah, you can assign all of their tasks priority over here. You can't manually set the priorities, like in RimWorld or anything, but you can just tell them, hey, this is worthless for you to be doing, don't do this. I definitely assigned at least Buddy to farming, and that seems to have vanished. Oh, I think I know what happened with that. I assigned Buddy to be a farmer before we reloaded the game, and everything went weird. It undid that when I reloaded the game. That's why nobody's been picking the potatoes up. I should have checked that a while ago. That one's on me. Give a couple more people farming just so they do it. Buddy can go ahead and go back to hauling as well. I had him off of hauling because I had him, like, primarily focusing research and crafting for a bit. But at this point, they may as well help each other do shit again. Yeah, now they'll all rip up the potatoes just fine. Not that there was a potato problem anyway, because, you know, there's 3 stacks of the goddamn potatoes, but, you know. 'Tis what it is and all that. I have foregone my armor and everything for sake of just not risking losing it when I was wandering the void down below. But at this point, I might actually start rejigging my inventory to start traveling again. So apparently I need to put another goddamn stockpile up here at the rate this is filling up. Which is my own fault for blast mining out a asinine amount of material. And not throwing the rocks away this time, but eh. The crazy amount of rocks will be useful for building a bigger, better base at some future point. Is over here in the build menu, you can have them do all the building. Or you can build it yourself. Which is always convenient. Okay, so we can make canned stew by doing the same thing we do for meals. So we'll go ahead and queue that up and get rid of simple meals. Because I can definitely guarantee that canned stew was giving me more food than anything we've used before. Because before my original inventory got deleted, I had a bunch of that, and that was keeping me fed for a long time. How's this whole machined parts situation going? Also, why was there 25 potatoes laying next to you, buddy? You know what? Never mind. Don't tell me. I probably don't want to know. I feel like finding out the answer to that question is just going to upset me. Also, where'd the other machined parts go? There they are. They've just been fucking around again. You can stop with the machined parts now, buddy. Oh, you already did. Okay, good. I took the last of the ones he was working on. We are going to want machined parts for a bunch of other things anyway, so it's fine that he went above and beyond what I told him to do with that. Cough, cough. I'm just going to make a grenade launcher to make myself feel better. Don't mind me. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Not gonna blow up some villagers that are upsetting me at all. Everything is gonna be fine. No one's gonna die. No one should believe me, 'cause they're all gonna die. Can't get a flamethrower, but I can certainly get a grenade launcher. Need plastic, though. I don't think we have enough plastic for the circuit boards and the grenade launcher. Where there's a will, there's a way. Right, I put all the hydrocarbons in the armorer here. Because at some point we made an asinine amount of hydrocarbons. Because you can craft anything at any of these benches yourself as well, as you see there. Now, I'm not gonna go as long as I did yesterday because it's kind of fucking hot out and kind of sucky. But I am at the very least gonna get this grenade launcher made. Grenade launcher. Grenade launcher. I'm partially making this because I want to know if I have to have grenades for it, if it just uses ammo. And I want to see how much of the terrain it destroys. It's all under that grand heading of for science. Okay, that small battery packs just need that. I feel like these battery packs should be used for the lasers, but for some reason lasers are using regular ammo. Or at least they were. Maybe that was an error and maybe that's been fixed. I don't know. But as you can see, circuit boards take a very long time to make. I also forgot that I was the one working on the thumper. That's why I just kind of wandered off and then brain kicked in like, wait a minute. There it is. All right. Okay. And it does just use regular ammunition. Very good. Now, how does it do on tiles? Oh, it can airburst. Neat. Okay, doesn't really destroy tiles very well. It can, but just doesn't do it very fast. Now, with the fact that it doesn't destroy tiles in mind, what happens if I shoot Jeffrey with a grenade launcher? You're doing research already, Jeffrey. I'm gonna have you help me do more research. I can, in fact, hurt my colonists with grenade launchers. Today we learned. So in future, when they offend me, I have a means of correcting their behavior. Will it actually correct their behavior? No. Will it make me feel better? Yes. I'm not gonna lie, I am mildly disappointed that the grenade launcher didn't just turn Jeffrey into a fine mist of Jeffrey. But, you know. Beggars can't be choosers. This also tells me that my grand plan to burn this whole place to the ground with the flamethrower probably wasn't going to actually work. I say as I collect more dynamite. Nothing to worry about me collecting more dynamite. I'm currently trying to decide something here. And I think you could probably hear the conflict in my voice a bit. I'm trying to decide whether I should wait for the dropship to finish making before I blow everything to hell. Or if I should just blow everything to hell for fun now. And fix it later. Because as I said, I'm probably going to put a pause on this game after today until more patches come out. But I also kind of want to find out what the deal with that FTL drive is, too. I have no idea if it did anything weird when I was stretching my neck there. It should have followed that reasonably well, but it sometimes does, sometimes doesn't. So if it did a weird, don't worry. I can fix it. We'll deal with that later. Just for sake of my own accounting here. So I have a very specific number to yell when they say they're starving next. 1, 2, 3, 4... 4.5 stacks of potatoes. All baked potatoes, all ready to be eaten. So, take a look at that text down there at the bottom that says they're hungry. And then take a look at the stacks of potatoes. There is a stack for each of the people that are hungry right now. And yet, they are hungry. I am hungry because I've been running around doing all of the work. Me being hungry makes sense. They've been fucking around all day. And are complaining that they're asleep and hungry. I am continually offended by this. Both because I feel attacked by this concept, and because it's an annoying pop-up to keep seeing. When it would be easily resolved by them getting out of bed and getting a goddamn baked potato. Oh, I don't actually have them making gold. That's why no gold was happening. Okay, see, if they hit starving, they get up and go sort that shit out. Or not. Selena. Selena, please. You are literally starving. There's food right over there. The fuck are you doing? Oh, of course. The potatoes in this stockpile aren't good enough for you. There's even more potatoes over here, and they have to eat those. Y'all are killing me. You are genuinely killing me. And we can go a step further. We can go a goddamn step further. Look at the potatoes at Buddy's feet. There's even more. There's so many potatoes, they're just leaving them laying around. And yet people are hungry. I can lead an idiot to potatoes, but I can't make them eat. I'm just avoiding picking up the potatoes that are littering the field. Except those. Okay, did the circuit boards get... I saw Selena move some of them, I know that. There's 2 more. So we just need 4 more circuit boards. I think this was the very same situation that led to me having only, like, Star and one other person doing crafting, because half of these people suck at it, and they're like, I'm gonna go craft things. Like, no, please don't. You're bad at it. And I could have built additional workbenches to split the workload and make this faster. But that would also lead to a lot of fiddle where I have to sit there and, like, set up work orders on all of them and all that. I'd rather just take the time and wait. These goddamn potatoes out of my inventory. Walking around this place, I'm just getting more and more potatoes. Eventually, my inventory will be filled with potatoes, just walking around this place. I was about to say, are they working together or is Dizzy just hanging out, pretending to work? Dizzy, please. There's things to do. Please go do them instead of whatever it is that you're doing. Here, if somebody's bored and has nothing to do, make me a goddamn helmet. Replace the one that the Void ate. That's so much random garbage everywhere again. Because I've just given up on maintaining this because they don't listen. It's really tempting me to do what I was thinking about doing and just litter the entire base with dynamite. Because I have enough dynamite to literally wipe this colony off the face of the planet. And minute by minute, that gets more and more tempting. Because while that whole mystery with the other two FTL pieces is tempting to solve, it also wouldn't be that hard for me to start from scratch and get back to this point without it really being that much of a problem. So I think since I'm going to be ending off here anyway, let's go out with a bang and blow this colony to hell, shall we? Oh, it's having a time with what I've done here. Oh, the game's mad. The game is very mad. Didn't have the casualty count I wanted, but it definitely had the results I expected. Get back here, Jeffrey. You can't escape. There's just one left now. Buddy's just working away like nothing happened. Buddy, I respect it. But this must be done. I keep trying to blow myself up climactically by firing the grenade launcher into the air, and then it just blows up in the air, and I'm sad. So, mild correction about tomorrow, by the way. I will be playing Gunfire Reborn with Xeno tomorrow, not For the King, because DLC for Gunfire Reborn came out today. I don't know if we'll be picking the DLC up because even though it's kind of cheap, neither of us have a ton of money on hand, but there is a update associated with the DLC that everybody is getting. So we will be just, playing the game because we were reminded that the game existed, more or less. So other than that, I may be dipping into a challenge on Saturday. We'll see how that plays out, whether I decide to do that or what I decide to do at that point, as my entire colony bleeds out around me because I've decided they were not allowed to continue living. Monday, I'll figure something out. Basically, all of next week's schedule is going to be back up in the air again because unless this gets a very rapid update to fix the instabilities I was seeing with multiplayer, and potentially I might wait for them to fix these chunk errors that are happening too. Though I don't really care about them as much because they're kind of funny, so it's not really bothering me that much. Colonist AI, I'm also not actually that fussed about. I just knew I wasn't gonna keep this save going, most likely, so that's why I just went ahead and nuked and paved, because it was gonna be funny. And this just also shows you how long it takes colonists to actually die, as well. So, showing off game mechanics while I'm doing my ending spiel. Let's see. Thursday, I might not actually be live, because a friend has a birthday that day, so I'm going to probably go hang out with them that day, depending on when they plan everything out to be. I didn't hear a time yet. So, stream is currently up in the air for Thursday. But other than that, everything should be on schedule. Oh hey, I got an achievement apparently for that. I got You Monster. Allow Buddy to die. I'm disappointed that that wasn't an achievement for slaughtering my own colony. But, Now, while the rest of them bleed out, let's go find us a raid target. If anyone is surprised by how this played out, by the way, you have not been paying attention for a while. My list is actually slightly disheartening. Could see if anybody's playing this, which I'm sure people are. But do any of them catch my eye? Huh. So fun fact, this is the second most successful stream for this game going right now. The other one is in Portuguese, and they are apparently actually successfully playing it multiplayer, so maybe that's not as broken as people were leading me to believe. So maybe something will happen with this next week then. We'll see. I still need to chase the people I was intending to chase down about that and actually get results there. Because you know how people's schedules be. Schedules be schedules. But the ending thought of that is what it is. Yeah, I guess I'll run us over there and go see what he is doing. We'll hop on over to Team Wildwood. He's a good dude. He recently moved, so he hasn't been streaming much, so we may as well welcome him back to this whole mess we call a business. And let's say he's playing Grandia 3, which is a very good RPG. It's a bit of a tone shift from what I've done here, where I blew up my own colony and laughed maniacally about it the entire time, but, you know, That's pretty par for the course, really, all things considered. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I'm gonna get that timer started. And I already told you all the schedule coming up, so I think that's all I've got for now. This was fun. Have a good one. Be good to Wildwood because he's a good dude, and I will see you next time. Goodbye.